I'm gonna do that in a second. Thank you. Welcome on in, Gothic. How are you? How's your day going? You can't see me. I mean, I can fake. I mean, not fake. I'm gonna drink anyways, but you can't see me. How's your day so far? Just you so fast. That's crazy. That's crazy. Cat, hi. Again. How's you? Things are bad. Uh-huh. Movie marathon. What do you plan on watching? I mean, you're making the list, so I'm guessing you are in the beginning of the making of the list, therefore you don't necessarily know. Yeah. Uh, half fixed the broken light switch? Cat, you had a broken light switch? Or are you talking about me being a broken light switch and being broken? Life is bad right now. Today has been pissing me off so much. I basically said it could be nice for the app if I made 1 or 2 release per day of dev, right? And basically in the morning before 10 a.m. usually I'm waking up early, I'm going to the gym, I'm coming back here, and then I'm starting to work on the app. And overall that has been pretty good, and I'm kind of done with the fixes that I thought about in my dreams by 10. So this morning I said, you know what, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna release a new version of the app when I'm working. Every time it is it's like around 9:30, 10. I'm fine. So I did that this morning. I worked on the thing, and at 10:05 I was kind of done with most of the things I needed to fix. So I did that. I released a version for the beta testers. Appreciate it. And then I said, you know what, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna implement some of the thing that I said I would implement in the future, and I started to do that. And I did it. And it works. And it works really good. To an extent. We have this page. This is this page right there. This is the page that I've tried to build, which we talked about last week, where we have some sort of a progress bubbles based on the dictionaries and all that. It looks like shit right now, but in the technicality of things, it is working, right? So you have access to your specific chunk of the dictionary, and it's like chunks 0 to 24, and you can practice on that, and then you can't have access to the other ones that are locked. And if you are in a dictionary that you haven't unlocked yet, it's there at the bottom, and you haven't paid for it, so you don't have access to it. That makes sense. We're good so far? We're good so far. On this thing, you may be able to see that the bottom section here doesn't have a bit of a space. So the image and the content is basically at the bottom, which is wrong. It needs to have space. So I went back in the code and I changed that space. And changing that space broke everything. And I Command Z to undo the change, and it didn't revert to that. It reverted to still being broken. And I killed the app, reopened it, try something else, and now the only version that works is on my phone, which I can't extract the code from my phone app to the code base. And because there was no commit in the middle, because nothing was done yet, it's just broken. So now it's reverted on the code. It's shit. It's the previous version, and on my phone, it's that. So I need to do that whole a half a day, full day of work again tomorrow. So bad. Life bad. But on another note, I fixed some of the things that some people have asked for. Some of the feedback that we had have been in the quiz. I think I can do that. In the quiz, in the club, in the sorry, in the quizzes here. If you start a quiz, or if you started a quiz, you had hiragana and katakana in the same place, and I said it's easier to learn both at the same time because you would need both as much, mostly. But Jan kind of no, I just need these. So now we have kind of specifics. So if you start a quiz with the hiragana tab selected, it launched that. I kind of redid the design of this page to have like a bit of a more fun section right there. So if you switch, it just switched the angle at which the thing is. It's a subtle thing, but it's there. It's new. What I need to do is have the transition in between, like so that the rotation is not that brutal. Right now it's just so we'll see. But that is working, and I like it. It's not the best, but it works, and that's all that matters right now. So we have this is okay, and we also have that ending thing. I now fixed the bitch right there. We have enough points on both sides. It's not equal because I can't do that, but it's better. So it looks like it's more centered. Still not centered. That pissed me off, but that's fine. We have that. I'm also worked on the quiz section and the dictionary section, and it's okay now that I have done the full day of work and it broke. I need to do that again, but now that I've done it, I know exactly what to do. So it's gonna be easier, I hope. We'll see. I doubt it. And on the fun thing, in light mode now, we have the selected tab icon that takes white as a selected element rather than black. So it's easier to see, and it's kind of better overall than what we used to have. So I really like this. It's not best for everything, but it is pretty good. So I do like that. The gray version is debatable, but now that I have that in a white selection, I can 100% use primary instead of gray. So we'll see that. Alan, hi. Welcome on in. How have you been? How's been the hot tub? Articles, blogging, thing, everything. So yeah, so that's a bummer for me to have to rework the entire thing a second time, but that's fine. That is fine. Gothic, have a good time reminiscing either good or bad time. I don't know. Chris, hi, welcome in. How's you? How was your day? So yeah, so that has been fixed. It's working, working on my phone, but not in the code. So that's sad. Uh, Alan, that is a good news. That is a good news. Yes, I would agree with that. Knowing that you're not manic, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And yeah, Gothic. I mean, if it makes you think of your ex in a good way, as in it was a good time and you kind of miss it, but now it's gone, then it's a good thing. And if it makes you think of your ex in a bad way, it was a bad time and now it's gone, so you're better now. So that, I mean, to me, it's kind of fine. I have like a ton of pictures with my ex on my phone. I have a ton of pictures of my previous exes on Google Photos and all of that. And every time I'm seeing it, I'm reminded of the things that they do, the thing that we did, or when things were good, when things were bad. And if I just anchor myself in it was bad, but I really enjoyed the relationship until I discovered something, it kind of invalidates all of these positive and loving feeling that I had in the beginning, which isn't true, because it's just I didn't have this information that kind of ruined the entire relationship at the end. But in the beginning, that section right there, it was fine. So I all that Marmalade. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? Today, yeah, think about it this way. I mean, think about it however the fuck you want. But that's my take on it. I think it's better to just anchor ourselves into the positive things. And if I see things like let me do that. Let me hurt myself. No. Let me do that. Nope. No. The fuck is automated-ish. There are times where they go through, and there are times where they don't go through, and I have to press the button. But yeah, it depends. So if I go into my pictures, right? There are pictures with my ex, there are pictures with other people, there are pictures with other activities, partner. But if I'm going into like a picture that I took with my ex specifically, or in the space that was with my ex, and I'm seeing this, for example, let's say that, right, let's say that, that kind of reminds me of what happened on that day, which was good, and we had a good time, and it was fun. But then there is all of the bad parts that I just don't like. I don't really touch that in my head. It's like, yeah, that bad things happen. Cool. But now it's not in the relationship anymore, so I don't know. I mean, here it's kind of fine. We have most of the things are okay and kind of safe, mostly safe. Just I'm kind of not showing the faces of the people other than mine most of the time. There is a TD. There is a me TD right there, but you know that. That's one of the tattoo pictures, so you've seen them. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's maybe it's a me thing. It's just memories and things. I just keep that, and if I have a feeling or a thought that comes back to it, it's fine. It's okay. Anytime I'm sad, I just look in the mirror and flirt with something like, yeah, that's an option. That is an option. If it works for you, it works for you. Kat, you are not good with pictures and people. You know. Also, I'm really good at avoiding pictures with people. My mom was here last weekend, and she tried to get a picture. Kind of like you. You tried. You did it. But yeah, Gothic. I don't know if it doesn't, if it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. That's just the thing. Oh, Abelodin, good job. You did not forget. I made you forget. Because you said, I haven't forgotten that we need to take a picture together, which was basically an hour before you left. And I talked a lot, and you forgot. I'm good at name. Good at name. I can do stuff. Yes. Yes. You can forget about everything. It's fine. It's fine. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Bad, AOA, bad.
You are easily distracted. That is also a fact. Yes. And it worked. It works every time. But most people don't have like pictures with me. Like my ex, obviously, because we've been together for so long, there are some pictures. But yeah, most of it, no pics. It's mostly because I don't really know how to place myself or how to be good in pictures, and I don't like them that much. Therefore, I kind of avoid them. I'm fine on camera, because camera means that you have all of the things that are in between, and you end up with, you know, the regular things that we enjoy much around here. You know. Yeah. That's the in-between, that's the good in-between, that's the thing that we want to see happen on stream. Similarly to the other one that we had, which is this one. This one makes sense, right? This makes sense. This is the in-between, this is the picture you get. That's it. That's fluffy as fuck. Yeah. Anyways, that's the thing. Not much happened though on today's episodes of me being me and trying to do things. I released stuff in terms of the app. As always, we now have the better quiz, as I just showcased a second ago. We also have a not better, but we have a different. I don't know if I can do that. Let me check. Does that show up? Yeah, it does show up. We now have a lock screen icon, which now is not there, but lock screen icon is there at the top. So that's the overall lock screen widgets thingy. It's pretty good. It works. The no, not that. The navigation is good. What else did I change? I changed some logic in the quiz, and I changed and added some logic in the widgets as well, so that the widgets for the lock screen only take smaller chunks words. So when I'm going into the dictionary that we have access to, let's say I'm going into the design dictionary, the second word right there is just, it's a massive length of characters. It makes no sense. So that cannot be in the lock screen, so we only take the one that take like 1 characters or 2 characters max. That's the idea. That's easier to read and easier to have a spot on the lock screen. So yeah, we have that done, which is pretty good. And yeah, other than that, and the work that I did that didn't work, I mean that worked, but that I lost, not much. We have, or I have, not seen a ton of good things on Twitter. Some people are doing a lot of apps in Swift right now, which is really cool. Jonathan, hi, welcome in. There has been, or it seems, a lot of people are trying to move again to Blue Sky now that Elon Musk wants to remove the block option, which makes no sense. And also that everything is used for the AI generation of Grok, so that's a bit weird. This thing, I don't want to have it with the sound for now, and then I might re-enable the sound later. But this entire thing, this person right there, the girl, is AI generated, live, queried by the guy speaking, and it's not that natural. If you look at how the lips work, if you look at how the head movement is, it is really static and unnatural compared to him. But it responds to queries, it works pretty well. There is, yeah, there's a lot of things that right now you can't really hear, but that I think
strategies and see what's working or what could be improved. What have you tried so far?
Okay, so as you're a business consultant, right? What's your experience in business consulting?
I'm here as your supportive AI business coach. My focus is on helping you analyze challenges, develop strategies, and take actionable steps to reach your goals. So let's tackle those lead generation strategies together. What's your target audience?
there is some spaces and like poses in her language. I don't know if you could hear everything. I think you could, because it was kind of low, but it is weird. As always with these things, I feel like I need to repeat myself every time, but this is the worst it's gonna be. And this is impressive. Like, this is the worst it's gonna be. This has been released yesterday or today, and if you had a shitty mic, a shitty internet connection, and a shitty camera, you may sound the same, right? That is impressive. So yeah, I liked it. It needs to be talked about, and this is like a Zoom-ish interface meeting things, and yeah. The Google one, are you talking about the Notebook LM that we talked about last week or 2 weeks ago? Because Notebook LM has been really cool. Yes, 100%. 100%. There has been also these things. We need to do that for the App Store. It's gonna happen. I'm just lazy. But yeah, we need to do that. And as I said, this one also, I kind of wanted to showcase it quickly roughly, without really explaining anything.
How many times have you constructed something like this, where you have a model with a number of properties, and you have a data manager that's an observable object with an array of those models, which is initially set as an empty array, along with a number of management functions. And then you inject an instance of this manager class into the environment at the app entry point, so that you can then access that manager instance from the environment in any one of your views to present or modify the data.
All right. So I just wanted this chunk, specifically this chunk, which is the beginning and the understanding of things and the setup of what that person is going to do. This is great content. I am sure of it. I'm sure that the output and the thing that you would be able to do through that tutorial would be amazing and would be great. But it is the exact same thing as when we had a discussion with Tony, from him to me. Everything he said, I have no clue what it means. And there are some words that I know, but I don't know how to do the things. I don't understand the concept or syntax or elements that he talks about. And I am sure if I followed through or listened to the whole 3 minutes of that video, I may understand and achieve the same results. But it wouldn't be because I understand the concept. It would be because I understand what the person type, or I would be able to copy paste from the video to my IDE, which is not exactly what we want. So that is interesting, I'd say,
Well,
kind
you
of,
can inject that into the
bitch. Um, but you know, that. So I just wanted that to be said at some point, because it is how my brain see things when most of you are telling me what to do in code. I don't fucking know. I don't understand. So yeah. I can, yes. The thing is, the documentation of Swift and most documentation for devs are made for devs. Which makes sense, right? Or dev stuff, like code-related documentation is made for dev-related things. I had like a whole discussion with ChatGPT last week about where the fuck you at? It's not this one, it's probably this one. But no, it's not. I had like a full discussion about what is core data in a way that a designer can understand, and it was pretty useful to make me just understand some concept, but it wasn't that good. So still struggle. So yeah, I can read the documentation, but the documentation is made for people that have some knowledge that I don't have yet, and will probably never have. So yeah, that. And I'm saying will probably never have because I don't care. I just want the thing to work. Anywho, that, yes, I'm just gonna drop that here to enforce the 18 plus tag that we have. Yes. 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 I'm seeing a ton of interactions, and I'm seeing a lot more like Swift UI documentations here and there on my feed, which is pretty cool. But I'm also seeing a ton of things that are sadly made for desktop, as in this element right here. I love it. I would love to have that in the app. I feel like it matches the current state of the streak. The design that we have like right here is roughly similar to an extent. Like it could have some sort of an effect, but that effect is a hover effect that is not applicable in mobile, so I don't like it. Anyways, details. This has popped up as well, and I'm looking at it as a potential for the streak days. At the end of the first quiz of the day, you will reach your streak +1 activity. So I kind of need like a page at the end, kind of like the Duolingo one. But I'm thinking if I could avoid flames for the streak, I think it would be better. I don't know what you think about it, but I think, yeah. The Swift has some kind of way to differentiate what you're developing for mobile and what's for macOS. You can build both macOS apps and iOS apps at this, not at the same time there, but with the same code, I think. I mean, I can load, nowadays I can load my app directly on or through the App Store. So yeah, I think you can, but I don't know if that's your question. The photo we shot together. Me? No. We shot a picture together? Oh, that. Yeah. Neat. You should use, I mean, you can't use that yet, but you should, and you probably have seen it. Adobe has released a new Photoshop thing for placing people in spaces and ensuring that the lighting is good. Have you seen that? Because that's basically what you need to check. But yeah, that works. I would still say though, you probably taller than me, so that is kind of bad. It's really all over my feed, so I probably liked it at some point on these. But as always, I don't have things. I might be, yeah, therefore I'm taller. That's an option. That is an option. Come on. I saw this one and I like it, but 90% of the iPhone users today wouldn't know how to use that properly to type a phone number. So I'll probably am, yeah. I mean, I have I have the Blue Sky handle already. I have Threads. I have most of the apps everywhere, but it's just every time I went there, I just came back. Right now, Threads is just ass. Like for me, it's good thing I loaded it when I was in Japan, so most of the thing that I have, most of the content that I have is Japanese content, which is pretty good, but it's mostly ass. Which is fine by me, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this whole thing, mostly because that specific post, for example, I just saw that on Twitter, and everyone is currently on Twitter, and I feel like most people are gonna go out for a week like we did the first time and then come back to Twitter because it's the only place where they have the interface that we know. So I don't know. Chris, I don't know if that's a good thing, but I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. So yeah, I don't know if I will move. If I move somewhere, we'll probably move on Thread rather than Twitter, mainly because it's the same, or rather than Blue Skies, mainly because it is some sort of a similar-ish environment thingy. I forgot how it's called. What's the fucking name? Fediverse. Fediverse is the thing, right? Yeah. Not social networks like the yeah, Fediverse type of thing. So yeah, maybe could, but it's really a duplicate of also, yes, it is a lot of Japanese related activities, but it's mostly the thing that I've seen on Twitter already, and Mastodon is really shit UI wise, and as a designer, I need the UI to work for me, not the other way around. And right now, the only one that is good, visually wise, is going to be Thread. So it's not great. Like, it's one of the reasons why, if you go back on my, not liked, but like my my post, also, this is really cute, right? Cute cat. I'm just scrolling through to find the thing that I'm talking about, but it mostly good from last week. I think I am done on this one. I was thinking about adding this at some point, but it's not an option. Anyways, I am ADHDing myself, and I think we done going back there at the top. So if I'm going back to some of the long time ago medias that I have posted back in 2023, when basically Threads happened to be released, I did... Can I find it? I can't find it. God damn it. That's way too far away. What did I do, Nate? Where did that happen? Why? Why every time I'm looking for something, it's just not where I hope it for it to be? Come on. That's not it. Well, it's in between. Anyways, I replaced Twitter somewhere in my doc, but with threads that basically stayed there for a week, and then it came back to Twitter. It's just easier. It's much better. So, yeah. I don't know, Alan, if it's an option. I don't think it's gonna be good. Like, having the feed coming from many places in RSS, that's fine, that's good. The thing is ensuring that everyone is using the same amount of content, or ensuring that the protocol can handle a different array of data coming in, and based on the user or based on the platform that the user is getting at, you as the user will see different things. And I don't think that's a good idea. I think on paper it's a good idea, but I think in practice it's not going to be a worth idea. I think it's mostly going to break and have a good email reading session. Why am I still scrolling? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yeah. I mean, I'm not against it, right? I feel like it's an okay thing to do. I just think that it's not gonna work based on the current state of how people consume content coming from social media. So what I mean is, currently you are not looking for things, not anymore. I mean, we are old enough to remember some time ago, about 10, 15 years ago, we had to search the internet. We had to make a query and get lost in between the links and the things, and we had websites like StumbleUpon, we had websites like Pinterest in the beginning that had the ability to bring us corners of the internet that we couldn't really reach. And today, most of the people are expecting things to come.
Stony_Eagle just resubscribed for 31 months. I need help. Veros, find my form exploded.
31 months. I appreciate Stony. Welcome back. I hope your day's good. Tell me everything you need for the form. Tell me everything you need for the form. So that thing, right? The way that people consume internet today is fed. the feed is fed to them, and they don't really look for things. So I would be only able to then, as you just said, like connect to an aggregator that will then bring me the content that I need. But that is curated by that aggregator, and it's gonna show me things that is not necessarily what I'm looking for. So that's why I'm like, I don't know. The amount of time, I mean, you probably you probably remember this if you've been here for a while on the internet, right? This is an old, archaic website. It exists. It is great, and it's one of the things that made me discover a ton of content by just do that, and it sent me to something that is useless but it's interesting, and it's still kind of updated, not entirely updated, but kind of updated, and it's just a random fucking thing. Shit. You know, random stuff there. God damn. Yee. Sorry, I'm just distracting myself. Yatta. So, in order to find the useless web, I had to scour the internet, and then the useless web scoured the internet for me to point me into a direction that I have never seen before. So that's pretty good. But right, most of the content today is just I'm gonna attempt it. is mostly things that are fed to me when it comes to video production, when it comes to Twitter itself. It's the people that I like, but also it's the similar to the people that I like that are in my feed, and or things that have similar tags that I could be interested in that are in my feed. So all of that is or are the things that I don't think the Fediverse slash RSS format would allow well enough in the beginning, which is now, to have user retention. Which, I mean, again, it is the same thing as when Mastodon came in the first time. I went in, I went out. When I had access to Blue Sky, I went in, I tried for 3 days, I went out because nothing happened. When Threads happened, I went in, I stayed for a week, I came out because it just didn't work. And when I'm saying it came out, I just went back to Twitter because it's the place where things happen, or where the people are currently and are the most active. So when people are going into Reddit because they are used to Reddit and they like it, if a new forum type thing popped up with the same design or a similar design, but not the same people and not the same algorithmic analysis things in the background, it's just not really gonna work. So I don't know. But yeah, I don't think so. Going back to what I was saying, I don't think I would move to Mastodon or Blue Sky until the activity on that platform is as good, if not better, as the existing platform. Because it's always the thing that I'm saying. It is, we need to be, for any product that I'm building, we need to be at minimum at market level, and at best above, but never under. If you deliver something that is under market level, your app or product or services will not really work, because people are expecting market level because they are used to that, and you are subpar, therefore it doesn't stick. So yeah. No, I know it's not platform, it's just I mean, I know how it works in the background and how it's non-single company entity owned, which is what is good about it. But it's the same thing as open source software. It is usually shit for the user because there is so many contribution. There is a ton of things that just don't work. So if you are into the open source sphere, open source software is good. If you are not and you just need something to work, there is a lot of confusion and a lot of things that are expected of you in terms of knowledge that you wouldn't have. And I feel like it's the same thing for these types of platform things. But yeah, I get it. Have I clicked on the wrong thing again? That's probably the reason. Yeah. That is bad. Holy shit, that is bad. Chris, you said something earlier. You said, based on what I saw, I recommend caffeine or Coke. Yes, that. Or both. I mean, you're getting coffee, so I'm gonna wait to say anything. Yeah, I am so about to say stuff. I need to wait. I need to wait. So yeah, I mean, if you're building something, Alan, that is open-ish and have the ability to basically gather feed from the RSS feeds from all of these protocols, yes, that's good. That would probably be good, but it's just the experience, the user experience on what you're building, if you're building an aggregator that gets the data, needs to be, again, at or above the level of the other apps that are doing similar things. So, because the comparison is going to be Twitter, Threads, Instagram, Facebook type of thing, this is already at a level of complexity that is so high that just doesn't make any sense for one single thing. Yeah, this is a lot of inputs. I'm waiting for Stoney to come back from the coffee break things. Yeah, we had a thing which was here for a long time, which some people, some of you have asked about it. I think I have the screenshot. Bitch, get the fuck out. I think it's in there. Yeah, we have this thing that was a Twitter-ish competitors with the OnlyFan type of name. Also, good job on landing at 52. Certain. Congrats. You can't see yourself or your present because it's behind Satpt at the bottom right there. But yeah, it's a good job. But yeah, we had this thing which basically was going to be in a similar ID as Thread, Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky competitor type of thing for a very, very, very specific type of users, and that kind of didn't work. I didn't do shit. Only the creator of the game changed something. So if it's really, 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 really niche, it's gonna need to cater to these people as much as you can, but also, and you agree with me on that one, even these people have like a habit or a way of working that, you know, they need. MWM is a company that I applied for. They had like an at-home test that was supposed to take 4 hours. I did that in 2. And basically it was, or they had multiple prompts and you could choose which one you wanted. You needed to showcase how you do some research, how you do some wireframes, and if possible have like some sort of a prototype. And I did the entire thing in like basically an hour and 30 minutes. And it's it started as a first try thingy of an AI note ID, and then we had like a ton of things in there to implement AI features, but then when I came back to it, basically 30 minutes later, I was like, you know what, it would be better if it was voice only. Then. So. I know. I know. I know that can't hate when I'm talking about that. But yes. A calzone is a ravioli. Yes, it is. A hot dog is a toast. It is not a sandwich. It's a toast. A pizza is a toast. The sea is soup. Ketchup is jam. Yes, we know. So yes, I had that, and it was fun-ish. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, you now know how to get here, but I mean, are you sure I'm gonna be here when you arrive? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Can tag things as taco, calzone, pancake, and something I can't remember. Yes. It's the food categorization diagram. I think that's the bitch. Like there is a lot of salad things, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's not that far off. Cat is basically 3 hours from here now, implying that I'm also 3 hours out of here really easily. I'm gonna meme the end. I think that's the one that you're talking about. Right? The this thing. But yeah, it is the cube rule, which is pretty good overall. As if there is a starch at the bottom only, it's a toast. Pizza is a toast. If there is starch at the bottom and at the top, it's a sandwich. If it's on the side and at the bottom, it's a taco. If it's all round, it's a sushi. If it's contained, it's a soup or a salad. And if it's enclosed, it's a calzone or a ravioli. So, yeah. So, you know, toast, sandwich, tacos, as in tacos. And yeah, sushis are pretty... the quiche hurts, to be honest. But yeah. This one is also like kind of crazy. Dumpling? Is a calzone? I mean, they have calzone as a base, but I rather have ravioli. And a steak is a salad. Yes, 100%. uh, but yeah, this is pretty good overall. We do like that. We do like that. Have a good meeting, Jonathan. Probably already in there because it's 30. But yeah, all that is a thing that we had as a discussion. Stony, you came back already or not? I'm waiting for you to check that. But yeah, other than that, basically most of the content that I'm seeing on Threads and or on other platforms is kind of the same. Mainly because I'm following the same people on both sides, right? But I don't know if having like not a different platform, but like one single platform to reach all of my feed would work for me, and it might. It might. It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if things happen. I think innovation is mostly, to me at least, again, that's a personal perception and definition of innovation. It is enhancing the user's life. That's innovation. Enhancing the business side of a product, that is not necessarily innovation. If it just makes the business better, I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, at the end of the day, everything is business. So everything is sales. You need to sell yourself every time, on everything, always. So yeah. All right, cool. So, Stony, here, that's too much. I need you to explain how it works. You can't hear that, right? This one is 40 minutes, which is pretty good. I will watch that for sure. Everybody has a video, audio, and subtitle stream, each with its own extra settings. Yes. Okay. Click on it We click on that again. It's the same. It's the same. It's just it has a different starting point. But yeah. You ask a question, who is a creator out at South by Southwest, which is a creator event. God damn. I mean, it's a tech event, but it's also like a creator event. Anyways, the form is reactive based on the rules for encoding according to what it allows you to do. And it is how you accidentally time out someone. What, me? Yes. Kinda. Almost. Not really. It almost did. It is. Yes. For me, it's more a tech event than anything else, but yeah. I mean, for me, it's this, right? It's this drag event, which is pretty useful. But also, sometimes it just doesn't happen in the right spot. So, you know, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Anywho, I'm gonna give you one simple rule to help, Stony, that may make your life harder or easier. I don't know, but you decide. If the selection in the drop-down menu is less than 6, so technically up to 6, 6 is really pushing it, so 5, but up to 6, it's not a drop-down, or it shouldn't be a drop-down. For user ease of activities, it should be either a checkbox menu, a radio button menu, or
Raven J19 is now following.
A segment control selector. Raven J19. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. So for me, when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing this one is supposed to be, it's 3, so it's most of the time going to be a segment control. If you can only select one, like here, if it's a single selection, it's a segment control. Here we have 4. If it's the same thing, if it's a select one at a time and not 2, then segment control. Here we have more than 5, so this can remain a drop-down menu. Here we have definitely more than 5. Here we have technically 4. So things, profile, same thing, 5, so we're good. Segment control or drop-down menu or something. Tune, that is different, so drop-down is fine, and then CRF is an input. So we have one input here, and then the rest is supposed to be segment controls with 3 to 5 entries, and there is 2.5 drop-downs. From browsing Twitch, well, welcome in. We do design stuff over here, some sort of dev from time to time, but it is Friday, so we mostly chat, which is appreciated. So if you have any design questions, feel free to ask, as always. If you want me to take a look at something that you've built, feel free to ask away. And for some street creds, because, you know, that's necessary. I've been designing for about 18 years, and I have some knowledge about stuff, so I can help. That is the gist of it. But welcome on in. Thank you for chatting. I appreciate that as well. So yeah, roughly it. Sterling, that's from what I'm seeing here. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if you have multiple settings, and I think this is basically because the codec that is H.264. We have the codec H.264 that is here that defines something different. Is that what it is? Or is it I can add more. No. Huh. Well, that's perfect. Feel free to ask anything. As I always say, there is no wrong question or dumb question. At some point, I didn't know how to do rectangle in Figma, so if that's your question, I can show you, I can help. Some regular activities from me to you of things that I've done in the past as same thing, street creds. This has been made in Figma, and it's based on images, as always, but these are kind of creation that we have made that kind of impressive, that gives you a bit of an idea of what you can achieve in Figma itself, and you can basically achieve whatever the fuck you want. And yeah. That's pretty simple. This is mostly visual things and not necessarily like UI, but like for UI stuff I also have. I'm working on this app right now, and it's pretty cool. It's not finished, and I'm mostly doing the design in Xcode rather than Figma, but things. So if you have any question, as always. So you're saying if we have just a single video stream and not audio, we would have like just something. Which is like this. The Marvel 4K is like the most behemoth of them, and I'm thinking if I add that, I'm gonna get that. Yes, I also need to be able to remove something, because right now I can't delete that. That's bad. Okay, I'm starting to. Jimmy, welcome back. You didn't share the link last time. You disappeared. You said I'm gonna do a new version and then share a link, and then link didn't come in. Yeah, no, I know it's a work in progress, but I'm just scanning through and trying to understand what we can have and how we can simplify it to make it easier to pass. So yeah, of course. Send link away so that we can take a look at it. Yes. So profiles for video, audio, subtitles are different profiles. Dapshi, hi, welcome in. How's you? How's the day? You're also on a VH? I like that. I mean, I don't know if I like it, but I like that. There. That's broken. Or maybe it's no, I know. it's the translation. Don't worry about it. Actual streams. What do you mean they are actually streams? What? I might be right. So, things that I need to disclose. It seems my vision needs to be checked soon. So I have a feeling lately that most of the things that I'm seeing are kind of too small, like my dick. But I would say that the text here might be a tad small. So I might do that. But that's a debatable thing. The card is interesting. That is a choice. This is out of bound. I think if it was going outside of the card, it would be better. I'm going through everything first, and then we can... Annika, hi, welcome in. 1 second. So. Oh, alright. My fat ass. Sorry. I was not there. Oh yeah, click on that. Cool. Cool. Un Jean. Sorry, it's just French. All right. No, I'm not learning JS anymore. I have built a Swift UI app now. I have built my own Japanese learning app, which is available for testing if you're on iOS. If you are interested in learning Japanese or giving me some feedbacks on that, this is available. It works. It looks better if it's colored, but I do like the gray version. But yeah, there. That link somewhere. So, all buttons in tariff sections works. There's also specification buttons. Cool. Let me go through my thoughts. Does the test auto updates? There. As in how, who, where. What test? Yeah, Android is going to come in once I have a fixed version of iOS that I kind of like. I'm probably going to move on to building a native version of... we don't have tests. We have quizzes. Does the test auto updates? I don't know what you're talking about. That? Oh yeah. The link is the same. The link is the same, and every time I'm launching a new version, it's just sent and auto updated for everyone. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Anywho, back to this. I'm gonna put myself in full screen, and it's gonna cover a bit of your logo, but also a bit of the side. But you will probably see things that, for me, are not good. So, first thing first. This. Centered. Perfect. This isn't. The reason for that to not be centered is because this is smaller than this, and you have like a space between at the top. So either make that thing on the side, but yeah. That's a detail. On this section, And I'm gonna just reload so that we have everything from the start with the animation and all that. The things are good. The teeny tiny subtle animation on the circles, on the balls, on the corners are interesting, but they don't change when it comes to the hover state. Like, they only change in color. I would say it would be better for me to have like a breathing animation that is different on hover. Like, maybe it's going further out, maybe, I don't know.
P5 Inglaterra is now following.
Inglaterra? I mean, I'm getting... P5, I don't know how to pronounce P5, but hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How do you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow, I appreciate it. 2 in a day? 2 followers in a day? 2 followers in a day? That's crazy.
Patch Step is now following.
And Patch Step, hi, same thing. 3 followers in a day? How? How? What happens today? Welcome on in. Same question. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. So I would have different viable effects on the ball. Always different things on the balls. Always. To ensure that it has like a bit of fun, because right now the 4 of them breathe at the exact same speed, colors, placement, everything, and so it could be more interesting for the design to have that in a randomized way. I also feel like you have somehow different sizes. 16, no you don't, but it looks like it because you have a zoom in, zoom out kind of situation. Ugh. I see. Oh, did I? Sorry. No, I didn't. But maybe just verbal. Yeah. I don't know. Also, it popped out of the feed, so I don't know. Anyways, these cards, I feel like the content is a bit too much in terms of text, and it's not consistent. Yes, it's not consistent, as in you have 2 lines of text with 1 word that is just alone. That's not good. 2 lines which are full lines, 1 line, 2 lines. So these 2 are the same with this one, and so this one needs like 3 more words to ensure that it goes onto line, or at least have a wrap balance, justify balance or something. I forgot exactly how it's called in the newer CSS things. So that's an option, and then ensuring that the same thing happened for the points. I know that pretty exists, but I also know that balance is a more coherent throughout the thing, but it's probably the same. It is probably the same. So yeah, I would reduce that for sure for me. Then you have this section, which I don't like. So I don't like it for many reasons. The first reason is you don't see enough. Right now I'm seeing 1 project, 2 projects in 1 scroll, and that's it. When in reality you have 4, and you could... Steffi, hi, welcome in. I see. Well, I lost. I lost. Shit. Overall, right, these cards takes a lot of space, and I feel like you're trying to attract the attention of people, with the videos, which works, but you also have or are trying to attract the user with a ton of things, as in this 3D transform-ish. It should go outside of the bound, so your card shouldn't be like overflow hidden, it should be overflow visible. That's the first thing for me. The padding at the top is just bad. And then this, to me, is weird. The space that you have in between your tags is way too big, and it's as if they are not related to each other. So I don't know how I feel about it. It's just, it's weird. But other than that, same thing for the text. Title, subtitle, or description. If you could have some consistency in there to ensure that you always have either 1 line or 2 line of text for the description, that would be much better. And yeah, in there you also have a weird thing for me. The cards themselves yes, themselves have a hover state that isn't a hover state that is immediate. It's an hover state that is, I mean, it's immediate in the first one, but not on the other ones, which is interesting. It's a hover state after a delay, except in the first one. So I don't know. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if I have a hover state in my consumer brain, this is going to be clickable. Like if the website has an interaction and it's not an illustration type of interaction, I'm expecting this to be able to click on it and send me to another page. So similar to this, like this button has an interaction. It as the more it goes to the end, the slower it is. I mean, I wouldn't have a hover at all. Yeah, I see that. I see that the delay is longer and longer and longer. Yeah, I wouldn't have a hover at all on this. And then here, it's going to be the same thing. So titles having 2 lines on this one is kind of breaking the design. You have all of your pricing that were a line or are a line, except this one, because sur mesure is going to the next line. So it could just be sur mesure instead of application web sur mesure. It could just be sur mesure, and that would be enough. What I would do is I would swap sur mesure and support, because you have price, nothing, price. So just that's the thing that I would swap. I'm just looking through the design thing for now, like the placement and design thing, and there is a ton of other things that I kind of need to touch on. On this thing, I feel like it's the same. Let me check. You are aligned at the top, but you're centered. Okay. I think it's the visual weight of that section in the center that has like this here that has so much space. It feels as if this was higher than the envoyez-nous un message. So I may swap both things and have the input form on the left side and the information data on the right side. That would ensure kind of that this section that is busy and have a ton of information be kind of tied to the form, so that that would have this. Okay, so if it's not finalized, cool, we can move on. Other thing that I need to talk about on this is your amount of use of colors, specific colors. You have your red, but it's also in a pale red sometimes, but not all the time. It's also in a gradient, which is similar to the logo at the top, which is I was about to say which is behind my camera, but no, I did that. But yeah, behind my camera right here. You have that red that is really bright here as well, and then you have that red which is the same, but it's visually impactful on these icons because that is heavy, and the PHP icon is really thin, so the impact of both of these icons is not the same for the color. I mean, it would be the same for any colors that you have. If you had them in white, it would be the same. And then here you have your green, which is the first other color that you see on the platform, which is fine, but you have a lot of red. And then same thing, you have a lot of red, but if you look, that red right here is not the same red as here, which is not the same red as here. So, color variables? Even if this is not finished and you're still working on it, just build yourself a variable for your styles. You should be good. It should be easier. That works. So that is for colors. I needed to talk about that at some point. The second thing, or the third thing for me, is the amount of text. I don't think you need that much text lines, specifically here. I don't know. That might be a me thing. But if it's a service and you are providing a service, and the services that you are providing is web dev, e-commerce, mobile dev, things like that, I, as a consumer, as someone that would be contracting you as a freelancer or as a business, I'm probably not aware of the technologies that exist for the thing that you're doing, and I'm not an expert, and I'm just hiring you because I believe that you are an expert. I understand that you want to showcase the text that you're using, but I don't think it would make any sense for anyone other than someone that knows what the tech is. So maybe I've heard of PHP or React, but most of the time as a user consumer, I wouldn't. So I understand why you have the description underneath to help the user know, oh, the Next.js is a framework for like reactive application and optimized. But I don't think it's useful. I think you would be better with having a tech stack array rather than a thing like this that has descriptions. I don't even think the names are useful personally, but yeah, let me see if I can have that. Shit. I mean, this one is kind of false, but it's kind of what I had in mind. A lot of companies and other thing that I've seen are using not that, but similar to this, where you just have your title in the center and then just an array, circular array of things. I think we have one in here. I think we did. Kind of like this, or like this. So my tech stack, blah blah blah, four icons, and on hover you may have like a bit of a name. I don't know. This one is a bit crazy though, because it's not obvious. I would rather have that all the time, but yeah, it's not the one that I had in mind. I have another one in mind, which I know we had. But it's the same idea. It's just like most people will not read, me included. Yeah, that. Something like this. Like it's a pretty good tech stack. You probably have more tech than in here, but this is blockchain, so there is plenty. But for the thing that you're using, you probably also have HTML, CSS. I know that you are currently using CSS3 for Tailwind. I would rather you use Tailwind icon and CSS icon and HTML5 icon and maybe JavaScript vanilla, which you have right there, as a fan out thing with plenty of options. I feel like this is a more fun, interactive things. It doesn't mean anything for the people that don't know, but it does mean something for the people that know. Like if I'm looking at this and I'm not into crypto and other things, that might mean nothing to me. But if I'm here and I know what I'm talking about, and I'm seeing Uniswap right there, I'm seeing domain thingy, ENS, Ethereum name domain, or name service. All of these kind of make sense to me, and so because I am part of the community, I do understand it. But if I'm not, I wouldn't. So that's the main point. That was a ramble for a long time for no fucking reason. But yeah, if you want that as a reference, here it is. Shit, that's not the right link. That's the right link. So that's the first thing. Text on the top section and text on this section as well. I feel like it should be reduced again, and there's a lot of hierarchy. It's a weird word in both languages. For this, like the placement right now is good because I am on the condensed version of Arc, but if I'm not, this one is at the top, this one is under, this one is even lower, this one is at the top. Danny, hi, welcome in. So there is a thing because the text don't have the same length, but also because the color, again, all have the exact same intensity and importance. They are all white. All of your text layers are white. And the buttons, the 5 buttons that I can see, are all as important as each other. So if I'm going back to our trusty Pinterest, yeah. There. It works. That's enough of a thing. That overall makes sense. As in, you have one plan that is highlighted as this is the most bought one. It is the one that the user will look at first because it's the bright one in the center. And then the call to action, the buttons that you want your user to click on, are gonna be here and here and here. And that overall, like that hierarchy makes sense. But this is also kind of bad. I feel like this is better overall because we have two plans. We have this one that works for enterprise, like startups. We have this one that is a bit more expensive, but that's about it. So it's just two things. But when you look at all of the pricing, that's the thing. Yeah. Even if you have something that is a bit more complex, kind of like yours, with pricing, custom, which is what you have, pricing, custom, you would have everything aligned. You want the user to click on this one, which is the popular plus, like, it really has everything. Popular, button that is colorful, and then you also want them to book a demo right there. A demo, very French. So you see the hierarchy of information that needs to happen in the pricing section. I feel like you need to change stuff. So for you, I would change the button colors to ensure that the one that you want the people to buy the most, which is usually going to be the second to last most expensive. So for you, it's going to be 500. The 100 is going to be on the far left. So for me, in the orientation, you're probably going to have 100, 500, 250, and then sur de vie. Jonathan, welcome back. And then if you want the user to pick the 500 a month or 500 per project, most of the time, all of the other buttons should be like really, 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 really low. You have two options for that. Cheap toward expensive is the common reading, which, right, again, cheap, like 20, 30, 150 custom, so cheap toward expensive. If I'm going on this one, is probably going to be the same. Free, 200, 1000, 5000. This is the custom range. This is the thing that people are used to. If you do a price hankering, which is another sales tactic, if you start with 5000, people are like, oh shit, they start at 5000. That's the first price that they give you. And the next one is 1000. You're like, oh shit, it's cheap. Because your brain has been anchored into, oh, 5000 is the entry level because it's the farthest left. So, that's a thing that you can do. It's not recommended, but it's a pricing tactic. It works. But yeah, if you look at this one, for example, you can see that the 4 plans, the one that you want the people to pick is the one that has the green button. The other ones are just black buttons. They are like more muted and less attractive to the eye. I would change that, and I would also remove as much text as you can to ensure that this is, yes. It's not really a dark pattern. It's mostly like a convincing tactic and a business tactic where if I'm telling you that my prices are between 100K and 50K, your brain naturally gives you 100K and it's going to be more than 100K. But I'm saying 50 and it's like, oh, 50. Oh, 50 is fine. I'm good with 50. Where if I said it's between 50 and 100, your brain might have said, oh, 50 is a bit expensive for me right now. But because I started at 100, you're like, oh, it's half the price. Oh, yeah, half the price. Oh, yeah. So that. But yeah, it is a... it's an option. Anyways, it's not cheating. It's just titre indicatif. I see.
Ma!
En dessous, dessous, every? Like right there? Eh. 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 Yeah. I think the text is what bothers me the most, specifically here, because it has so much things going on. Like for me, this... Do you have a class? You're using Tailwind for that? Yes, you do. Cool. Am I gonna have that? Does this work? It does work. It's not a class on everything. God damn it. I think, you know what? I think it's gonna be text MD. Not that. For me, I'm gonna use MD on this one. I'm then gonna use, for each of the entries, I wish you had like the style defined in the same spot. Ah, you don't. Yeah. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Gonna be okay. God damn it. Can I add an opacity 60%? 80%? 80%. And then you don't have anything. Yeah, your font styles is not, I mean, it's probably set above, like right there. And I don't have it. I mean, I don't think it's there. I don't see it there. Anyways, you don't really care about that. Basically, what I'm saying is that it would be easier for me to read things if the main title, which I don't really care about, is less important than the price, because the price is the most important thing for most people. And then you have your checkboxes, the thing that are included in that specific package that is or are like a tad more muted, not pure white. Same thing at the bottom. Right now it seems that you're using either regular or semi-bold for the fonts, and I would probably use something lighter, like light, instead of regular, like a one down option. And then this service, maintenance service 24/7, all that. I don't think it's useful. I think it's useful, but it's not necessary here. I think it's mostly, or for me, I would rather put it at the top. I also really have a hard time with the checkboxes in general. It's for pricing. It's just, I don't know why, but it doesn't work with my brain. So, you know, that's a personal thing. Can I load this one, please? Yes. Take that as inspiration. Yes. Yes. Kat, we need to have a chat about it. I know that you're trying to stream right now, but I would love for you to not use the Camlink 4K environment. You're using... I'm gonna derail myself. you are using this, right? That's what you have. Okay. Yeah, you don't need anything. So, I mean, you're not supposed to have the need for the software. What I would say is if you can, uninstall the Camlink 4K software altogether, like the drivers, like all that. Reduce the amount of things that can go in conflict with the Camlink itself, because right now I feel like what's happening is that your Camlink dongle is trying to connect to the computer, and then the Camlink 4K software is taking over and trying to take over the Camlink to present it, but it's not meant to. So it's just conflicting. So that's how I see it and how I think it probably work. So I would say remove all softwares, and yes, it makes no sense that that 1080i 1080p doesn't work. So uninstall, clear. I think the best thing is going to be to reboot your computer. As I said yesterday, unplug. Do I have it? I don't have it. Unplug the Camlink from the back of your computer, and then turn on your camera, and then plug in the Camlink in the computer once the computer is launched and once the camera is running, as a test. If that works, that might make it better. But yeah, you shouldn't use any software for this. You can, but you shouldn't. And then it should basically be plugged in and recognized directly in OBS. Like, you shouldn't have anything to do. It's just like, it's a capture, cool, it works. That's the plan with Elgato, specifically because you are on Windows, so it should just work. Going back to what Jonathan said, you said you did that in a very French Brazilian mix, right there. That's yeah. And you say, pourquoi en savoir plus, pourquoi ne pas engager quelques mots mieux pour l'action. Savoir plus. Yeah, I mean, more info is a vague thing. Let's go, or c'est parti, c'est part. No. I don't know in French though. I'm kind of lost in the French words that we have. Yeah, me neither. I think let's go is French. I mean, it's not French, but it's fine in French. Nonetheless. Yeah. I do agree with that. I do agree with that take that it would be better to have different thing. Also, try starter for free, try growth for free, try professional for free, and then book a demo is a better type of titles and headers to help the user understand what they are about to do. So I would do that rather, that would make it better. But yeah, the examples that we have is gonna be here, right in that.
Mom,
UI kit, we have this basic page, and the goal is always the same. The goal is to have pricings to be aligned, titles to be aligned, buttons to be aligned, checkboxes for the features to be aligned so that people can scan across. So if you have 3, that would be kind of recommendation. This one is a bit of a podium type of situation when you want to emphasize the one that you want the people to buy. As you can see, I put the 69 one in the center because it is the most expensive, but it's also the one that is the recommended or most popular, which is always a fake data. But the plan is always the same. The plan is, as much as possible, align contents and ensure that things are easy to scan for the user. So in that, it's far away, in that, the fact that the text don't have the same amount of lines is a bit weird. Nonetheless, details. If maybe, you know, you want to remove one of the thing and just have 3 pricing, yeah, do that. Less text. And then here I'm thinking that this is not finished as well because it's in the same spots, but that red is not readable, and the content that you have doesn't change much. The use of accordion, drop down menus or expandable menus, is when the content is too much, and that would require the user to scroll way more. Whereas here, you could just have them open like this, and because you have 4, you could reuse something like this as a pattern. You could have 4 cards, like 1, 2, 3, 4 as 4 questions with the contents, and not have any scroll, and potentially even have like less height than this with 4 cards. So debatable, but yeah. I need to go back to pills creatine because it was much better overall. But yeah, other than that, other than the colors, the text, the layout is pretty good. The interactions are fun. It's just like this clipping is pissing me off, but that's a me thing. Can I do that, by the way? I don't think so. It's probably on the parent div. Ah! Yeah! That's so much better. Like that makes it stands out so much. It's such a small thing, but it's just, yeah, it zoom out and it's 3D. I'm not saying it's good, but it stands out. And you have the full effect, which for me is much better. Anywho, but yeah, overall, like the layout is pretty good. This is interesting now. and the idea, the concept are pretty nice. It's just the spacing, the text, and the use of colors. You have a lot of colors that are eye-catching because you're using red on top of a blue-based black. We talked about that in the past. And yeah, it I don't know if you can on the video to have like a transparent video based on that, like mainly because the other ones don't have that. So maybe it's a future change of these videos to have like different format. Something like what we have here. I know that Denny doesn't update his portfolio, but something like this, for example. And you could have the video playing in there potentially. Not necessarily a good idea, but it's just like it's a better overall thing. Like that, you know, small stuff, easy stuff. It's fun, it works. Nonetheless, text always. If you can think like this, because that's not obvious for most people, but like if you can read the paragraphs of text that you have, and when you're reading them, try to read them as if you were your mom, your grandma, your dad, someone in your family that doesn't have any technological knowledge. And just in your head, you read it as them, and you say, would they understand what I wrote right there or not? If it's not, simplify the text or remove it in order for them to understand what's the purpose or the meaning behind it. So if it's, I don't know, building React native apps for Web3, I don't know. That, for some people, makes absolutely no sense. And if you just said developing platforms or software for the next stage of the internet, it kind of makes sense. Like, people don't understand what the next stage of the internet is, but they know what the internet is, and there is a next stage, so it's probably an improvement on the previous stage. That's all I'm gonna say. So, you know, easy-ish way to get like a rephrasing is thinking of it or reading it as someone that doesn't have any tech knowledge. But yeah, that's overall pretty good. Overall pretty good. I really would. Well, that's crazy. Sorry, I just saw that. That's even weird. Why are they rotating? Why they're rotating? Why? 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 I don't think the rotation is necessary. They are just growing in and out. So I don't think the rotate needs to happen. I think the scale makes sense, but the rotate doesn't. It's just weird to me. Yeah. I don't know. It feels like processing for no reason. Not that it's heavy on the processing anyways, because it's just to translate, but yeah. You probably had like a different shape in mind, like a different concept, maybe shit like this. Maybe, I don't know. that is a different thing. But I don't know. I just wanted to check if I could change that, but because of the transition, I don't think I can. Because this is like yeah, it's pushed by something else. That's it. That's it. Live Design Studio. That's the only three that I have with AOA. I don't have the other ones are /AOA. So patreon.com/AOA. I mean, the next one is Can, so it's different. It's not going to be AOA. I could have done AOA/Can, but yeah. OnlyFans/AOA is a thing, yeah. I think I just gonna check, but I think it's me. It's not me, not this one. I do have mine somewhere, but I don't have the link anymore, so that's good. But yes, everywhere. So yeah, Jimmy, that's about it. I think I looked at everything. I broke everything. Just to do a quick recap. Amount of text, color consistency, and then condensation of the layout, like this amount of space, this amount of space, this amount of space is not entirely good at the end of the day. And here, the pricing section needs to be kind of weird. I mean, my Git name is sad. Basically, AOA.dev, which is the display name, is still in the backlog Snorlax, which is my gamer tag. That was taken because it basically was the name of a cam girl that I liked at the time. Like she had that name, and I was like, that's cute, and I used it. But the thing is, I've never played Pokemon, so I at the time I didn't know. I didn't know how it was, what it was, and yeah. I mean, kinda. No. Celebration. 200. It's kind of broken though. As I said, like I wish I had committed this morning when I had the working version of the app before it broke. I lost a day. Stony, you were not here in the beginning, but I lost a day of work today, which is so sad. The lost is on this. Right? Yeah, if you do some update, please share them back, come back, share the updates, let me see. I want to see the updates. If you want to just share them in the Discord as well, you can. If you just have a question and you have like a screenshot to share, do that if it's easier for you. But yeah, appreciate it. this thing, right? Good. Perfect. We talked about splitting the dictionaries to ensure that we have like a better learning experience. So this morning, I kind of worked on that and I did this. And this is design-wise really bad, but technically wise, really good. It works. It has the split of everything. I have my chunks of 0 to 24 for the dictionaries for design, and then I can play the quiz specifically for that chunk, and that's good. It works. It's okay, right? So far, so good. And then if you look at the dictionaries themselves, right? So far, it's bad design, but at the bottom right here, the one that don't have entries or chunks don't have a bottom padding because I forgot about that. That happens. So I went back in the code and I add the bottom padding, and it broke the entire app on that thing. So I Control Z, and it was still broken. And I Control Shift Z to see if it bring back, like if I did 2 Control Z by mistake or something. And I lost a day of progress by adding some padding at the bottom. That's the only thing that I changed. And that's on using Xcode in beta. So, yeah. The thing that is pissing me off, and the reason why I'm not committing, or I kind of reduced the amount of commit that I'm doing, is because every time that I'm committing something and pushing to GitHub, it sends a new version of the app to anyone that is beta testers. So yeah, I didn't. The thing that is pissing me off is that the app is working here, and it's working, and I can't extract the code from there. I don't do Git as much as I should. I know that. So I did a lot of reset, hard, head. I did 3 of them today. 4 of them today. I mean, maybe more. Yep, more than that. Yeah. These are all the reset hard, clean, and yeah. It's just... I also did the weird thing of going back into my discussions and find the one that I used at the beginning of the day and just apply any changes to all of my files in the exact same order, even if things were not working. Still didn't work. So yeah. Yeah. That's just bad. That is just bad. So tomorrow, if I have time after my job as class, I'm gonna attempt to reintroduce the thing that is currently on my phone and working. I think you are talking about Shashingo, right? That's the game that you are talking about. In it. Certain. Yeah. Shashingo is an interesting game. It's not working on macOS. So I can't. I can't. I could on the PC, but it's not fun because you wouldn't be able to see it. And it has the ability to like move around and like explore, but I don't know how can I say that? how good it would be. I'm gonna rephrase that. For me, I don't think having to take a picture is a good thing. I think if I could just click on something and have the word show up, like if I'm here and I'm pressing on the flowers, it's just telling me this is Hana. And if I'm here and I'm pressing on the hat, it's gonna give me the word for hat, or it's gonna give me the word for something, you know. But as a as a need to take a picture, I don't know. Technically speaking, in terms of dev and of game design, I really like the idea. It's really impressive to know that the thing that I have made is basically a viewport, and when you take a screenshot of that viewport, you recognize what is in that viewport, what is in the center, what is in focus, and that is the thing that gives you the word. Technically speaking, this is great. This is impressive. But in terms of me playing the game, and enjoying the game, I don't know. But yeah, it's a fun thing. I've been seeing it for a while on TikTok and other platforms. It is a potential good learning experience. I am obviously biased by the thing that I'm building, because I do think that the thing that I usually have here is pretty good, but also it's still not there yet. There is so much thing that happened in my head to build the right gamification structure, like steps in the learning, grammar, all of that needs to happen. And for now, I feel like I'm making a huge mistake in the direction that I'm taking for the content of the app. So it's okay. I think it's going to be good for beta testing session and all of that. The thing that I don't like, have a good eating session, that I don't have feedbacks yet. Like, only some people have given me feedbacks on Discord, which is highly appreciated, and I have fixed some of the things, but yeah. Other than that, not much feedbacks, which makes sense. So, yeah. Going back to what we were doing, right there. So, Stony, help. Gimme. What need? Specifics. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Right now, I'm the only one testing it, so, I mean, I'm not the only one testing it. There is like 30 or 40 people that have downloaded the app and tried it, so I appreciate that. But I haven't received any feedback messages through App Store Connect, nor have I received any direct messages elsewhere. So far, I'm taking that as either it is so bad that people don't even want to take the time to give me feedbacks, or it is so good that there is nothing to say and it just works, which I disagree with, because I see things and I know that they will need things. So, you know, I think it's bad, which is good. Anywho. Name, media, container is your base for your profile. You mean at minima, you have one of the profile, either video, audio, or subtitle profile, and then they stack this way, which is crazy to me, but fine. Wouldn't the audio and subtitle be bound to a video as well? Like, wouldn't you have... I mean, I don't think you would choose a 4K video profile and a 120p audio profile. I'm saying that badly, but yeah. I feel like it should be easier. If you're going for the full YouTube quality stack, then you will. Say that again. You mean if you're going for the full YouTube stack, okay, you need to refresh my memory on that point, though. If it's the commercial thing, you mean the access to the encoding profiles is in the commercial thing? That's what you're saying? If that's the case, that's a bit different. Which should be a bit different. Ha. I'm gonna sketch something. The media server has the encoder from home use. There will also be a licensed version for commercial use. Okay, I don't think commercial use is going to be an okay thing, but fine. So you have your entry with your name, followed by your entry with your media type, followed by your entry with your container. That's the base. Then you have multiple potential entries that I think you could stack into cards for me. Like video profile 1, video profile 2, video profile 3, like that. And then you have, if they are not linked together, and you have your audio profiles, I feel like you should have the same kind of ID. And then if you have your subtitle, which I also think that they should be bound to each other, you may do something like this. So I know it doesn't look like much and there is text on top, but the bottom section, you would have your name, media type, container at the top, followed by your video profiles in a carousel. I know. In a carousel way, audio profile in a carousel way, and subtitle profile in a carousel way. Each of them has either a plus at the end or plus at the start to add one more in the row. And then if you click on one of your video profile, it opens like a model with the drop down checkboxes selections per thing. I feel like this is gonna be an easier way to manage them, but what I don't like about this method, and you can clip that. I'm gonna say something, you can clip that. What I like about what you did here is, for the extremely power user that you are and the extremely power user that you will have, that is better than what I just did, because that way you can have like a bigger, easier, faster overview of everything for one profile codec thingy, right? In order to really scan them and kind of help the user to differentiate everything, you may have or want like a bit of a card in the background, but that's just a small detail. It doesn't really change much. But that's the power users that kind of need to have a big overview. I think my method is good for the regular user compared to this. Question though for you, you said that there will be more than this. Is that true? Is that true? Are we gonna have more than that? Because if that's the case, that I don't think it's a good idea. Go on, Figma. I know this file's heavy, but still. So if this is the content coding, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 entries. 9 entries. Yeah, I mean, tell me what many more is. Like, what is when you say many more, is it many more as in many more inputs, or is it many more as in many more options? Because if it's just many more options, I don't really give a shit. It doesn't change much for me. If it's more inputs, that changes. If it's like currently 9 and tomorrow it's going to be 19, that changed the entire thing that I have in my head. So many options per stream, then that's fine. I don't care. As long as the inputs are these, I'm good with that. Like if we limit ourselves to these 9s, or if that is what you get, and in there you may have 100 options, I don't mind. But if you tell me that we will have 3 more or more than that, that's gonna be complex for me. Not much, but still. A ton more what? Input, options, drop down menus. That's what I need to know. Fields per stream, goddamn. Do you have a list somewhere that I can take a look at? Because that changes a ton. Shit. Because already 9 is a lot, right? Yeah, but the FFmpeg doc is gonna be the same thing that I said earlier. That, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Have a good luck, both of you. Okay, you are in the dev thing. in your head, Stony, right now. You're not in the practical use. So there is benefits in user limitation. You can have better experience for the user if you limit them in their ability to do things. You may want to allow them to do whatever the fuck they want. But that brings more complexity, and it might not be fully necessary. Hugo, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's everything? So, yeah, I know. I'm gonna give you something, Stony, that you may be... that might work. Right? Might work. And I'm gonna assume something on the way. The most advanced user who wants this configurability for their platform are usually gonna be dev, right? Or at least people that have an understanding of code or FFmpeg on its own, right? Cool. What stops you from giving them an input saying you want a custom option? You can enter the string of FFmpeg settings that you know or want from the data that you already have, because you know that configurability, meaning that on the creation section, you just have a presetted thing. Like, let me go back to your file. Like, you would have add a video profile or add a custom FFmpeg string. It's just an input that gives you that, not that, but like something like this, that you interpret and understand through your configurator, but that doesn't bother the regular users. Like a regular user just want a simple profile that could work. What is the validation and filtering thing that you're talking about? Because what I'm seeing is that technically what's happening here, or here, if that's easier, is the same thing. I'm gonna have a dash H.264 dash 1080p dash UV 420p, bitrate whatever, playlist whatever, and all that. Yeah, but you could... okay, I think I didn't explain what I meant the same way that you understand it. Cool. Let me rephrase what I said, because maybe that helps. I'm not saying add an input to terminal that would work with that. I'm saying add an input with the string formatting that the devs know to basically auto-populate one of these. Like you enter your things as a string of text because you know how to do that because you're a dev and you're a power user. Then you press enter and it basically populates one of these for you based on the thing that you've said. that you have access to, because you have access to that and you know what dash 4K means, right? So it's basically just letting the user that knows write a string that contains all of the validation that they want for the profile, and then that just populate the content rather than having to click, 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 click everywhere. That's the thing. But if that's not an option, that's not an option. That's fine. And Hugo, to answer your question, I'm pretty good. I'm tired. I need a stream not long today because I need to wake up in the morning early for Japanese classes, and I lost 1 day of work because I changed the padding on something and Xcode kind of broke. Yeah, I get that, but it's just I think this is a waste of your time, their time as power users overall. I can't really give you like a better, like, again, I can't give you a better interface if I don't have the endpoint amount of input. Like it's yeah, it's a very different UI if you give me like 9 inputs, if you give me 18, if you give me 12, it's drastically different. So that if you give me 55, it's something even more complex. So I can't really give you something that works. If I go with the concept that I had here, and we do cards, like intermediate cards, so that it doesn't look like this, and it just looks like profile, 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 whatever. That helps the readability of this page, but the next page is the same complexity, which is fine. But the thing that is annoying me is not the complexity of the inputs. Like as I said earlier, I do kind of like for power user this view because they have the ability to kind of compare quickly. What I don't like is that if I'm going into the encoder profile thing and we have a card that is similar to this, you don't fucking know what you have. Like, you would have, maybe you have a 1080p high and a 1080p high and a 1080p regular because these are the names, or they are the encoding profile that you have selected as a beginning. So this card kind of needs to have most of the information that is differentiating from one profile to the other compared to what we have right here. And so that's why I kind of like this as a preview. It's just bad behavior when it comes to the selection. Like media type, this is, to me, I'm gonna bring that back here. Media type is probably gonna be something like where you at? Like that, but not that. Like something like this, right? A segment control, because you have 3 options. And it's just you select the one that you want, and it's 1 click. So it's limiting right here. Again, right? This is nitpicking, but it's also like power user nitpicking. If I'm here and I want to change my video type, I click once, twice. Whereas if I'm on this, I see what I need, I select the thing, I'm good. So I do feel like we can do that. I thought you meant that differently. So you missed my whole thing for the past 2 minutes. I see. When did you leave? What's the last thing you heard? My bad. I hope it's good. Yeah. I know. But yeah, what's the last thing you heard? I don't know what I said 2 minutes ago. I don't know. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Anyways, the main point that I was saying is that the complexity of the inputs is not really my issue. The complexity of the cards that display the encoding profile that you would have is the issue. Because if you currently have cards per profile that are kind of like this, they need to display the data that is basically the selection, and therefore it kind of lose of its purpose of limiting. So yeah. No, you fine. But hi, welcome in. And Jimmy had a bit of a question about his website and French website. So that happened. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Stoney. So that's why I'm saying this. It is better to give the power user view rather than not. But can I create a new profile? Is that working? It is. Cool. Yeah. No, that's it's just it's the hair. Regular hair. All fine. It's Friday. We good. Regular things. Huh. Interesting. I click cancel. It's still there. And now it's populated with something. Well, that might be a bug. Yeah, no, that's about it. So, what I would say is, if possible, make it less wide. So, what I did here, right? This is bad because it's not the right organization, but this is better to an extent. Right? Good. Season 3 is not David Tennant yet, right? It is. It is. It is. I forgot. Oh yeah, it's after that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I said nothing. I agree ish with that. When you when you're done with it, like so when you are at season 14. um yeah, no, I get that. Wait. I think if you do 2-2-1, 2-2-1, 2-2-1, it's better than that. So if one of them can be extended, that would be a best option type of thing. Same thing, it's the pattern recognition and the user habits of how things are made. But I do like this view with all of the smaller inputs at the top and then the playlist name, segment name underneath, like things that are text inputs and not selectors, if that makes sense. So when you are scanning through the options, right, if I add like another one, I can easily scan things. Josek, hi, welcome in. How are you? How have you been? We are doing a bit of a complex UI. There is a ton of inputs, as you can probably tell. And these inputs needs to be easily scannable and easily understood by the end user. So, yeah. No, not like that, Stoney. I don't think that's no. No, your previous version was better, with all of the small one at the top line. Like it makes more sense. Makes more sense. Also, this is pissing me off. It's probably wrong, but it's really how it feels. So I'm gonna just design-wise, you know, that's bad. I'm gonna explain that. You're not gonna be done with season 14 next week. That is not how it works. Yeah, that's what I thought. That, yeah. Why? 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 You have two inputs that are like 2 pixels lower than the rest. I mean, the last one has 1 pixel lower than the rest, but the profile has 2 pixels lower than the rest for no fucking reason. Why? Why did you get laid off? Good job. Good job on getting laid off. That happens. It's fine. Didn't you start like last month? Didn't you? Ha. Yeah, a month ago. Exactly. I see. That song is good. Not now. Fuck. I'm thinking, Stoney. I'm currently in the thinking phase of this section, and I don't know what would be best. That's a fair point. So, that view specifically here is better than the one we had earlier, because that way you can see the pattern and you know that your top row is always going to be these 7 kind of data, and that way you can skip the second row and skip the 4th row and skip the 6th row. And so it is easier to scan that page if you are a power user and you want to compare what you have done in profile. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, in order to ensure that this is an easy edit, I kind of want you to add a button next to bitrate that delete that specific profile, just for the sake of. Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Have you... I know this is limiting, and it might not be like mentally beneficial for you, but maybe yet to check. I don't know. There are some types of companies and jobs that are welcoming of different brain set like we have. So, god damn. So, no, I don't. I just know that they exist. That's all I know. I don't have any references and or experience with these. All I know is that they exist. They are somewhere, and they might be interesting to yeah, I mean, we do have different brain waves and different brain patterns than most people. So yes, good alignment, Tony. Good job. You did good on this one. But yeah, I know that that exists. I know that sometimes, and it's gonna sound weird, but sometimes government-related jobs are more welcoming of different or of differences, I would say, mainly because they foster a culture of humanity and embracing differences and all of that shit. So sometimes they are good, sometimes they're hell. It depends, but sometimes they're good. You did good a second ago. But yeah, other than that, I really don't like it. Yeah, the delete button adds stuff. Yeah, that is against, like 100% against what I just said, Stony. The fact that you have then more data underneath as a... as a scannable data, that's not gonna work. But again, you said that you may have like multiple lines, so yeah. Yeah, no, I know. I mean, I can tell. Also, it can be just a cross, not necessarily just the same width. But yeah, anyway. Yes, Larkin. These ones exactly. It's basically the one that needs to have the how is it called? The diversity hires. You know, you have a diversity quota that you need to have in your company and your enterprise, and so you can get a diversity hire. Sometimes that works. Yes, it works. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. My brain went somewhere. And maybe you agree. I don't know. Again, power user, developers most likely know how to do things, usually will navigate through keyboard. Text-based codec profile thingy rather than inputs. I mean, they would still be inputs, but basically have the same thing as not this, but you know, the VS Code type of thing that has like the drop down to help you figure out what is this thing. I forgot how it is, what it is, and all of that. But maybe, I don't know. I really, this is a really half complex, not complex one. Because again, what you've done is pretty fine for extremely power user if you are limited to this amount of inputs, but if you double the amount of inputs, then I'm kind of fucked. No. Goddamn. I'm not saying text as in user type. I'm saying text as in visually text, but it's still inputs, drop downs, things that are limited to certain types of entries, and it's navigating through keyboard. So instead of having the inputs outline, instead of having the drop down icon that is on the far left, all that, it's just like ensuring that you have one single line of text, the same way that you have like a directory thing, like that. Like visually like that. So it looks text-based, but it's just tabs and arrows, but it is input fields, drop downs, selectors, all that. It's just visually text-based. Because I personally think that the main issue that I have with this is the environment just doesn't work for that amount of data. And also for the 3 people that will use it. Nah, there is no importance in this. Right? Like you will select your codec, and then you select your quality, and then your color space if you have some, and then your profile if you have some, and then whatever. But to me, it's the same as. I don't think it. I think it takes less visual attention. I think this takes too much visual attention. Or maybe that's what you're saying. And I'm just tired. Yes, that is probably the case. Yeah. So there is that, and there is also the fact that if you have a format like this, you can kind of ensure that it's basically a table, and you can have rows or columns that are smaller. Like this one is the size that it is, the biggest size that it is because the title is bigger. This one is age and it's tiny and it kind of makes sense. And then the birth name is Christopher George Laddell Wallace is wide as fuck. Therefore, that column is that wide, but that's the thing. So it's just a table. That's a table. It's it. That's it. That's it. I think maybe a table would be easier. I'm thinking with what we've done here. I mean, haven't done that, but I'm thinking with this because that view overall would be easier to get most of the data that you just talked about in a way that makes sense. I mean, for me, at least. But like, let's not do that. And I don't know. Yeah. That changes nothing. uh, I don't think it does. I don't think it does make it clearer. Anyways, it doesn't matter. No. Okay, so all the things that are at the top are basically the automation that you have on the platform, which is fine. Like adding to the queue and all of that is going to happen every time that the libraries are scanned and passed, so that's okay. The source is the definition of the folder file elements that you have, so this is also automated to an extent. The presets are the preset that you already have, which I guess if you select your currently codec maybe or something, I don't know, you may have like a preselected preset. Yes. So if you have like 1080p codec, whatever, I don't know what it is in codec, I don't care. It could pre-select or pre-populate these. Like the first one, maybe it's the resolution. I don't know. I think the codec defined the resolution, so whichever. But maybe you select this one and it pre-populate these, and then you can still change them, but it's just pre-populated to go faster if that's a thing. Details. Good job on landing. The croissant. Appreciate that. Anyways, the first section here, the title that you define, I think that's the angle. The angle, the chapters, when they are chapters, the duration of the file. I have a feeling that these are in the file and not necessarily to be defined by the user. To be checked, I don't know. Second thing, you have the summary, you have the dimension, the filters, the video, the audio, the subtitle, the chapters, sections, which you basically are splitting into profile for each, which fine, I get that, that's good. And the summary is the combination of everything into one preview with the most basic information, and all the information I do not know and I do not care either. But this is a pretty straightforward-ish interface, and I have a feeling that the tab option is not a bad option in the yeah. Like if you had a tab for your video profile, a tab for your audio profile, a tab for your subtitle profile, I feel like that could help, so that if you are in the audio profile, you just have like a bit of an overview of all of the audio profile, like that you have, all of the video profile that you have, and that you can compare them. But also, I just saw that we have an ass, correct? Appreciate it. We like ass around here, so good, correct. Nice subtitle. I think it could be a good thing to just split. But also, I'm saying that because if you're saying that this is the UI that people are used to, instead of, you know, that, I mean, they're used to both, but like that is easier on the activity. So yeah, I think I'm gonna say that again. It is a personal take, but tabs, summary with a selector for presets, and then tabs per thing that you want to have. So if you just want to have video, audio, subtitle, right? Cool. If you want to have the entire thing, dimension, filters, chapters, which I think should be automated. I don't know what filters are, but like that's a different thing. But I think dimension is based on the initial file, so that's not necessary. And then chapters is based on the initial files as well. So I think these two tabs could go out. Though, summary with a selector from or for the presets, you select a preset, it pre-populates the tabs, or you don't select anything and you go straight through these tabs, and it gives you then a summary of everything afterward, which is like just format. I don't know what it could be, but that could work. Could work. Yeah. The no table? You sure no table? No table. Alright, no table. They are done. No. Yeah. Why though? If I select 1080, why would you drop 1080 if it's selected? Well, you're saying that because it's easier to just do the extremes, and I just don't know. Which is an option, as always. Think. So you basically are using 720p to display 1080 as an upscaling thing? I see. Why do you drop Japan? Well, I think Japan is gonna miss the target. Yep. I'm trying to think, and it's not gonna work because my brain is not working. Hasn't been working for the past week, which is bad. If the source is smaller than the profile, it will not upscale. That makes no sense. I mean, sorry. That makes sense. It's not that bothers me. It's the 1080p will be dropped that bothers me. And the upscaling thing. If the quality is between 2 quality, I will do the lowest quality and the original frame size. So if I give you an 8K Blu-ray thing, good job. And I say that my profile is 8K because that's original, but I want to downscale it to 1080. Do you do original file 4K 1080? If I select 4K as well, because I have a 4K TV and I don't want it to display an 8K image because it's bad. Yeah, I know you said I do what I asked, but I don't understand why you say you dropped 1080. Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I want to see that. I think you're gonna miss the target again. You probably already dropped, by the way. Yeah, you did. The preview on the other monitor is really far away. Yeah, no, I get that. If I'm giving you a profile that does 8K, 4K, 1080, 720, and I give you a 1080 file, you're not gonna give me an upscaled version of 8K and 4K. That makes no sense. Yes, I know that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's me or if it's not me, but the audio is crackling. Like really crackling, which is really bad. But the video is pretty good. The text slides are not really nice. Crackling as in it's popping. I'm hearing pops. It might have been like a me thing. Like it stops right now, but yeah. It could, yes. It could. It could also be my AirPods being bad. The fact that we have a stream going on, music going on, YouTube going on. A ton of things are happening, so yeah. So, video-wise, real good. Animation-wise, debatable. Text-wise, in the content, debatable. Also, that's the thing that I was talking about earlier, Alan, if you're still lurking. And But this one is probably long. So the things that I don't like are these sections, specifically the one when you have the blue text, not the black text. This one is okay, but I feel like there is something with the typography that doesn't really work with the rest of the thing. So that's weird. But this bitch, this is good presentation. You have the data, you have fake informations, fake things, all of theirs that makes sense. The thing that I don't really like is the human, non-human. This one is what I don't like at all. The movement of the mouse on the screen doesn't really match a promotional video, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't like that. But that is, yeah, this is also, I've been spoiled and all of that. But what I have in mind is the Microsoft team. I think it's Flux. I think. Like these videos, I don't know if you've seen them. You probably have. Like the transition that they have, and I don't think they have it in there. God damn it, you bitch. It's like basically shit like this one, and this one is crazy. I'm gonna say that now. But when you see how the cursor is moving through what happens on screen, it's not a human cursor. It's a presentation cursor. Like that's the idea. It's ensuring that what happens is not bothered by a human. And that makes it more entertaining, right? Compared to what you have, which is fine also. You know, it's on my side. It's YouTube on my side that crackles. What you have here is smooth, but not smooth enough. Like the transition between this, and this is, I think you did that manually to record, or maybe you didn't. I don't know. Maybe it was automated, but it was not automated fast enough, or there was something with the transition from the pointer from point A to point B that wasn't really exactly good. That's like you have all of the activities. I feel like the scroll is manually made as well. Like it's not a smooth scroll from beginning to end and all of that. Nonetheless, it doesn't change anything on the fact that the video is pretty good. The content is pretty good. Her tone of voice is debatable. It's a 3-minute video, so obviously there is no enthusiasm or hype behind it. It's but it had lacking in the hyping of the user. But that thing, Dini, hi. that gray thing in the background, real cute. Good job. No, tone as in melody, as in, let me hear what she's saying. I mean, you can't hear what she's saying. 1 second.
Room block page with room information, attrition goal, and cutoff dates. From there, you can create a fully customizable RSVP form and room reservation website in minutes.
Dan. That section, like from there, even I can't because I have flow in my voice, but from there, you can create a full blah 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 blah. It's really monotone and it doesn't
Let attendees
have,
manage their own reservations.
I don't know.
Watch responses roll in on the attendee dashboard, where you can track things like attrition to avoid penalties and only ever pay for what you need. Having one booking flow for meetings and events of all sizes means more efficient processes, giving you visibility, control, and savings.
Yes. Everything like what you just said, having one platform gives you like visibility, planning, savings, whatever. Efficiency. I mean, basically the titles that are underneath. It I don't know how to explain it. It lacks fun. It's not a fun product. It's a planning product. But if you bring it some video marketing, it helps.
But don't take our word for it. Here's how one of our Big Four clients has benefited from
Like it, I mean, this one is crazy to me.
But don't take our word for it. Here's how one of
But don't take our word for it. That's the most bland, straightforward. But don't take our word for it. Whereas if you are happy with the feedback that you have received, I would probably say something along the line of, don't take our word for it. As there is a bit of a smile behind it because I know that the words that other people have been extremely positive and extremely good. So don't take our word for it. It's not bland and flat. I don't know. It's just that's a me thing. Nonetheless,
one of our Big Four clients has benefited from partnering with Planned. They've reported a 12% reduction in annual event spending, along with a 50% reduction in planning and reporting time.
I think this would be more of a scripting issue than an anything else issue. Nonetheless, the visuals is pretty good and the content is pretty neat. Let me just show you the thing that I was talking about earlier, because that is just crazy if you haven't seen this segment.
Button. When we click it, our harmonization model in the back end will help us to automatically adjust the lighting and color.
Right? That's crazy. And same thing.
How our model handles the non-perfect shot like this.
Wow. Wow.
Hey, that's crazy. Yeah, that's a crazy transformation from the original image to the new version, and it still look edited for sure, but like the ability to light stuff and make it make sense with the speed at which things go. Like you can see here, the head of the cat, the light is on the opposite side. Like the cat is lit from the absolute opposite side. That is crazy. It's crazy. Like the shadow on the table. Everything. Everything. Like the only thing that is not making any sense is the fact that he has a hoodie and she I mean, no, that makes sense. But still, like it's just, that's the creation of Adobe
yeah,
Max, which is pretty crazy. Anywho. Details, which is fine. Yeah. Dang. So yeah, nonetheless, these are the news from Adobe Max that happened, which are pretty impressive. And once again, going back to what I shared earlier in the stream, which is the live AI generated assistant that can be in a Zoom meeting with you, that is just crazy. The amount of things that you will need to look at and ensure that you are not looking at an AI generated fake content is going to be crazy. Someone in here, I think I liked that tweet specifically because it's really true, said right about here, maybe? Where you at? There. The alternate history semi-fictional documentary will become an insanely popular content category in the next years, which I absolutely agree. And this fake footage of how the pyramids have been built with giants and other things, this is highly impressive, and with the category or the quality of the generation, that just looks kind of real. And it's currently not the best, but as always, it is the worst it's gonna be. So these things are gonna just be wild. Anywho, stuff. Stoney, in the meantime, I'm trying to think of things to define that whole section with all of the inputs. I don't think. I mean, I think the tabs at the top is a good idea. Because it really segments all of them. I'm trying to see if we have something, trying to see in my head, not on my computer, if we have something similar already that we could reuse as a base layout. I don't think we do. It's kind of annoying because of the lack of certainty when it comes to the amount of data. Based on what we have from the screenshot from FFmpeg's terminal version. And yes. Yes, please. Drop the French. Oh, so that happens, I see. The Android mobile app for Twitch is really shit. Oh, you missed it by a hair, I see. That's why I'm saying that you should probably limit the option to options that work together, which is probably what you're doing, right? And that's why it's complicated. But yeah. Patrick, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? Also, that thing makes no sense. I have the on my phone. I have the earn reward by purchasing gift subs to this channel, which makes no sense. What do you think about this financial platform? I don't know. It looks similar to other financial platform. But also it's in Russian, Cyrillic language, so I have a bit of a hard time with that. Forget about it, Siri. I think the trading view is a bit not in the right place. I think we do have a translation option. If I not that. If I do this, I should have the option, not here. I should have the option to translate websites when necessary, but it's just not there. It's fine though. It doesn't matter. So first of all, I'm not really literate in financial platforms. The only thing that I would have here is the charts seems tiny. Like I would mostly say the other one that I have in mind. It's CoinMarketCap because it's the only one that I know. This looks like a sex toy. And it's not really a trading thing, but it has the same amount of space in the center, and I feel like this is tiny. And when you're looking at like Coinbase, similar thing for trading, it's kind of the same. It's limited, and most of the time you want to have a greater, further out view, at least for me. So like here, it's really like really tiny. I don't know exactly how I feel about it. Yes, they are, Danny. I mean, it depends for who, but yeah, they are. Yes, also Genie, 100%. I mean, as for yourself, as for yourself, it depends. The thing is, before I go into that path 3, I think the overall platform is pretty okay. It contains most of the thing that we are expecting. So you have the sidebar that I think should be an overlaying element rather than a fixed sized element on the side, on the left side. And then the charts should be bigger for me. But yeah, I don't know enough. I don't know enough. Yeah. Would I be able to do that? Oh, shit. I doubt it. Let me check. The men's project or the men's products that I'm gonna keep from far away for now are interesting-ish. Kinda. The women's one are more worth it for specific activities. But yeah, I mean, what I like about the men's one, specifically that brand that I'm looking at right now, is that they do have weird things, and these weird things just look weird. And they look really good. They're not French. I mean, they are not in French. They are a Japanese company. But yeah, I mean, they can be useful. They will change your perception of things, though. That's a sad thing for you. If you've never used one and you use one for the first time, you will end up with like bad stuff happen. Yeah, the fact that you cannot retract more than that, to me, is just you can do that. It's an okay thing. I think it works, Battery. I think it has most of the thing that you need to have in a platform of the kind. Overall, it contains most of the things. It has all of the actions that I really think that these sidebars that my camera is on top of right now should probably be overlays rather than fixed size. But also that's interesting. Everything is going down. Ah. But again, I don't know enough to be able to tell you this is good or bad, or this works or not work. From what I've seen and from what I've used, which is extremely limited, this is okay. This is a pretty good thing. You have all of the tools that you need to have. You probably also have all of the graphical elements, things that you would want to get like on a page to know where things are, and like you have a retracement right here, so that makes sense, and it should go there, or you would have like your highest point right there. Like, I mean, it makes sense, right? But you know, I just don't know enough. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah. But it seems to have everything. So yeah, that's about it. That's about it. Yeah, Danny, to go back to that question, I think the women's one are more interesting, but also they are more efficient than the men's one. The men's one are one trick kind of thing because we don't have many options, to be honest. Unless you go into weird ass things, which are fun, but most of the time you are like one to two options, and that's about it. Women's one have plenty of different things and more fun, more interesting, design-wise more fun as well, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to be a designer for these things as well when I was younger. And yeah, I don't know. Overall, it's a different realm of design, which is really fun. But that's about it. That's about it. Well, I might be. I don't know. Do you have something for me to take a look at? Maybe I will stay. It depends. It depends. Oh yeah, these bitches are coming back. Unfortunately, you have nothing to ask. I see. I see. That's crazy. Well, I cared too much in the past. That's usually the thing. I cared about anything, everything, the slightest look toward me, the slightest thing someone has said about me when I was in class, when I was outside. I became kind of paranoid about everything, my appearance, the way that people perceived me, the output that I was providing. I tried to do everything right, and I still ended up in not a good place. And one day I forgot what happened and where it happens, but basically someone on YouTube said something that made me click and said, you know what, you don't really have to give a fuck about all of that. And it will be hard to not and stop. But if you start and you attempt, and then when you catch yourself giving a fuck about something specific, just attempt to not and see how you feel. And I did that, and now it's so much better because it's just shit happens, cool. Shit don't happen, cool. Did it impact me like directly? I'm still alive. Yeah, cool. That's it. Like the at the end of the day, the base is always the same. Is Am I alive? Yes. Am I in pain? No. Cool. Can I eat? Yes. Good. Do I need something else? No. Perfect. That's about it. Would I want things? Yeah. Do I need them? Yeah. So, you know, it's pretty simple. It's basically that simple. It also ensures that you are focusing on the thing that makes more sense. Yeah, it's not necessarily fuck everything else, but it's mostly it really don't impact me. And when I'm saying it doesn't impact me, I'm not saying it doesn't impact my surrounding. I'm saying it doesn't impact me as a singular person. So there is that. And there is also the fact that I am a grain of sand on a flying rock across space that is just so insignificant that if I care about that, it's weird. I don't know. Like if I care about the thing that someone has said about me now, it's just weird. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to waste energy on caring about something else than kind of yourself and how you are in your own body and your own behavior. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The negativity thing. That might not be true, but you can't say that. So, if I told you something about yourself, but it's not true to you, it might be true to me. And my perception of things not being true to you doesn't make my perception of things untrue for me. So what they said to you might have been true to them at that time, and they might have been true to you at that time too, but now that you have changed and evolved, it's not anymore. But then again, it might have been not true to you at that time as well, and true to them because they have a different perception of things. So, yeah. Not necessarily wrong. Untrue through your perception. Yeah, why not? But probably true to them. Larkham, you said you have something to ask. What do you have to ask? Where's the question? What's the question? Like I think who said name? I think it's John Cena again. That said that. Like you basically are a grain of sand. Like the size of the grain of sand compared to the size of the earth. And you just like in space. Video about the fat cats and wedding invites. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Which fat cat? There is so many. Yeah, there's no right and wrong in perception. There is society rights and wrongs, which are basically laws and things that we have defined as right or wrong now. But again, things used to be right to do a certain amount of time ago, and now they're not, and they might not be still good a certain of time from now. I don't know. So yeah, this is old. Yeah, this is old. Okay. This is an old content. You want the one where he's looking left and right before he starts, right? That's the one that you've seen. When he's just like eating normally and then just looking up, left, right, and then yeah, this one, yeah. What about it? That's almost a year old. How? You're not on TikTok, right? That's why you can't find the thing. One search. One search. Here. Right? Cat eating pose. Good. Done. French gang. French gang. One search. Dang. We good? You just need to know where to look most of the time. And then you said what? Wedding invites? What do you mean by wedding invites? What do you, which one? Describe. What else? What else you need? Tell me. I don't think, I mean, I don't think. Oh, that's different. Okay. To make wedding invites a physical one online. Any tips, advice? Yes, use script fonts that are like extremely fancy. Make them as minimal as possible. Avoid like flourishes on the sides. I really think that this is complicated to get, but it also depends. It also depends on the wedding planning that they have made and if they have a theme. Because if they have a theme or a color or something, yeah. I mean, you can use Canva if you want. Canva is fine for them. I wouldn't. But again, right? So, this usual cursive fonts. These are the wedding invites fonts currently. That is the, again, current theme. I'm not saying that you need to use that for the text inside, but the text outside, the names of the people, and these are usually the references that we will have. This is crazy. It's still there, but yeah, all of that is most of the time going to be the reference. So these really cryptic things, there is plenty of them, and most of the wedding invites is gonna be the names of the people, the 2-person or 3-person if you have a throuple, that happens, and the dates and the place. So that's the ID. There is, depending on the amount, there is a ton of things you can do, but yeah, if you want to go with very light blue green, you could. I would rather do something like this with a gold-ish ornament. Like, again, I mean, we talked about it, but yeah. I forgot if we've made some, but basically, yeah. Shit like this would be amazing. Oh, well, yes and no. Okay, so we're gonna go there straight in the discussion on this one. The people that came here to renovate my flat and changed my windows some months ago, one of the brothers, there were 2 brothers, I think Tunisian. Anyways, Moroccan, Arab type of person. Cool. All good. One of them was building a clothing brand, and they wanted to keep the Moroccan vibes without using the stereotypes, and it is extremely complicated. So, if you want to get the ornaments of Arabs' ornaments, you can, but they are heavy. I mean, let me rephrase that. They are heavy for the people that don't know them. For the people that know them and have the references, they could be subtle. It could be like tiny things on the corners here and there. But I feel like it's mostly going to be kind of heavy, and I would highly recommend you to not do that, or to simplify them as much as you can to get an output that makes more sense. But you I mean, I'm not saying no, but I kind of am saying no. The other thing that I was saying is I would highly recommend something that is gold foiled, or something that is as minimal as you can. So right now I'm just looking at Spin, because Spin is the company that I'm using for cards most of the time. But something, yeah, this is a faire part de naissance. This is too much for me, for wedding at least. For a birth, that why not? But for wedding, this is too much. I would remove all of the blue section and just keep the gold. But even that's way too much. So again, the first font that we were on, this one, is, to me, the to me, the current state of how wedding invites are made. Like it's a combination of these fonts and papery thing. Yep. But that is the current state of wedding. These fonts are wedding scripted, and people recognize them as wedding fonts. So that is the reference that you can use. You can also go for something different. If it is biracial-ish type of things, which has more of an Arabic side and a non-Arabic side, and you have to navigate both, you could combine, you could expand, like if I'm gonna say something bad, but if one of the partner is the Arabic one, you put their name in the kind of French font, and the one that is the French one, you put them in the Arabic font, so that it's just a mix and match, so that it's a pair, they work together in any way. So there is that. There is also the most, how is it called? Some people are probably going to go there, by the way. Some people are going to have customized things. It depends on how many people you will have in there. But shit like this, I see. So bad people. I see. Parisian. Ugh. Kidding. But yeah, this, as you can see, like that font is really the current vibe. This is a mostly Arabic thing-ish. But these are the current states. It's floral, it's minimal, and it is as simple as they can. I still feel like this one is a bit too complex. It's not bad. I feel like the foliage is too much. It's an interesting thing. And you could use a similar pattern for yeah, a Grebin type thing. I mean, it's really complicated for me to give you like a bit of a direction because I don't know the people that are in that kind of thing. Grassham, hi, welcome on in. I hope you're good too. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. Yeah. This is... I mean, Larkham is supposed to work on a wedding invitation for a Moroccan, Algerian, whitewashed couple that is now French, Parisian. So I'm trying to get like a non defined like a non-defined base, something that is not entirely ethnic. But yeah, you type wedding, you end up with very thin fonts. The thing is, if I do Arabic here, you end up with these shits that I hate. And this one is fun, but that's it. I wouldn't, personally speaking. Like I wouldn't go with that. Ornaments, as I just said, I think that's bad. This is more interesting as an ornament. I feel like it has its place. It's not really meant to do that, but it's an interesting QR code. Watch me be insensitive and whitewash as well. But it's really interesting. Again, it's kind of this one is not exactly what you are expecting from an Arabic font. I mean, mainly because when we write, we write in calligraphy, not in blobs. So that's right. Much difference. We need like, this is harder to read than a regular scriptures. We need the calligraphy thing. Anyways, so I would avoid there is there's a ton. I mean, these are extremely common calligraphically based Arabic fonts, but it's such a cliche. That's very French as well. It is such a cliche to have like these patterns and these effects that I would avoid that at all cost. So, Stan, you could have that pattern, the background pattern, as a base. That font is really cool. Overall, that's a very interesting choice. And the pattern itself, being a geometric pattern, could be a thing, but it's not necessary. The one that we had on Behance earlier is a better option. But yeah, so I would avoid Arabic fonts. I would avoid Arabic shapes for weddings. It is currently floral as much as possible, and yeah, it depends. I mean, yeah, if you have some, yeah. Why not? You can go for leaves. You wanted something like a light blue. Yeah. That's that's why I'm looking at this one. It's pretty nice overall. Again, not saying that you should buy that, but references, you know, always. Shit. This is the regular ones. This is the one that we had when we did mine. Right? I mean, we went all out on the floral to kind of hide the merci in the background. Have a good rest of your day. No, for the company, the thank you card, that we did. I don't know if Margot has. Oh. So that's in front of my sister, and we did that together to ensure that we have a good thing. I don't know if she has. She's been working for so many good things lately. I am jealous. I'm not. But we've done that, and then she's been using Spin since then, which is really cool because they are good. As you can tell. I kind of sent her into the gold foil, cool categories. But this is too much. This is way too much. That's really similar to what we did with my ex for the rum bottles. Nonetheless, I think botanical is going to be a pretty good option for you, as it works everywhere, anyways. Yeah, exactly. That's also pretty good way of having like the floral patterns top and bottom. It's enclose the content, which is pretty good, and the fact that it is in Arabic for the entire thing, I don't think that's going to be the case. But yeah, something like this. I see, you're privileged. But yeah, that's I think what I had in mind, which is a bit different, and on this one there is just one. It's interesting. I guess. Huh, that's gonna be a Pinterest thing rather than a... Yeah. Like what I was asking earlier is, depending on how many you need, something a bit more organic and original and unique may be more interesting. So these business cards for a winery have been all over the internet for the past few years, and it's just making a lot of sense because it is unique. You share the card. It's you don't really have a choice. It is a unique card. It cannot exist everywhere else. And the way that it has been made is because the initial card is just plain ass white, and that's about it. And so you end up with a ton of really different things. People are just dunking things in wine or in paint or in different formats of content, and it's just a unique scent. Like this one has been one of the one that I do like. It's just homemade paper, and it's a stamp. It's just stamped on the paper, and that's it. And so they can basically rip out a piece of paper from anywhere and just stamp the thing, and boom, you have a business card. Boom, you have a business card. And that's the uniqueness of it. Like it's not print, it's leaves. It's not like it's piece of fabrics and they just sew in their business card. It's unique. No one would have the same business card, and you will remember it, and you will 100% keep that one. Like, it's not the one that you should throw in the trash when you arrive home. It's the one that you're like, bitch, how? Bitch, who? And you keep that thing. So, you know, then. So based on how many people they want to invite and how complex the thing is, something that is as unique as possible, and also like basically a piece of art that people will keep. The reason why we went with gold foil and the big ass merci on black background in gold is because we wanted to have that non thrown out in the trash, because it's a good looking card and people would be like, oh, I'm gonna keep that. I don't know if I have that. 1 second. And this one is an old one. Same thing, black. But I don't know if that's gonna be visible. But we had kinda dots in gold and the Happy New Year type of thing. All there. So that's yeah, it was fun to make. And then the back is just gold. But that is a memorable experience for the user. They have like a blank envelope and all that. Well, it depends how much time you have and how much money you have. Nonetheless, points proven, I still have it. Have a good sleep. Actually, I'm also off to sleep in about 10 minutes. Kinda ish thing. It's just it's a gloss. You can call that a gloss. Gloss is fine. Gloss is fine. But yeah, it's a vernis. It is a vernis, yes. I think botanical is going to be good. Simplicity, fine lines. You could play with, as you call them, the dancing scripts, to potentially write something in Arabic in the fine lines that goes out. Just to play with that, but that's also kind of complicated. Yeah. Like, I can't really do that. Personally speaking, I don't have papers right there. Do I? Do I? I don't. Shit. I really need like a piece of paper thing. But if you had like a big ass shape like this, You can then move it into different types of writing at the bottom. Yeah, I don't know. Like the scriptures can flow into words in a different language somewhere, but that's done by hand. Anyways, details, things, all day. All right, I am sending you, I think, what do you mean, hold on? Well, done is ending. So, yeah. That's not gonna work. Golly. You made the form difference? Yeah, isn't it easier to scan? Like it's, if you have your profile, that's the profile, you have a second one next to it, it has content, and you know that it has codec, resolution, thing, I think that's easier. Though this is needing to have the same width as the one above, right? But you can't have different sizes of columns. But yeah, makes sense. Easier for me to grasp and use and all that. Vash still doesn't have a camera today, so that's kind of crazy. And Lita's gonna have a lot of words and things. And Sasha Gray's playing games. So, Clark Hill. Who's that? Why not? Why the fuck not? Anyways, as always, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, VODs on YouTube, Discord. If you have questions, you know the drill. You have the socials, and I should be back on Monday. That's about it. As always, words have been said. If you want to buy something, buy something. If you want to help with the thing, you can. I can't type in chat. So that no work. And yeah, I'm gonna have a shower and go sleep. It's gonna be fine. And tomorrow is gonna be bad. Stony, I think you won by 9. That is crazy. Gold label. Hi bye. Thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself. Enjoy Clark Hill. First time. We'll see. And yeah. Eat something, drink something. You know the drill. I'll see you soon. Bye. Also, good job on landing at 90. God damn. Impressive. Impressive. Holy shit. Damn.